Hello. Arav, hi. How are you? I'm just trying to fix TikTok. Okay, TikTok's fixed. Great. That's great. Cat has been here. Indore? Where's that? I don't know where that is. Switzerland. Oh, that's a new one. Huh. I can't say I've ever met anyone from Switzerland. That's a new one. Either way, I'm from Canada. I'm not from Europe. All right, so today we have another boring beverage here. We have the Monster Energy Zero Sugar. I didn't really even know they made this. It's Green Monster Zero Sugar. You want Green Monster Zero Sugar?
Green used to be my favorite. I didn't know there's no sugar.
It exploded. Yeah, I didn't know this existed, to be honest, until I seen it on the shelf. Obviously, I don't really look for the zero sugar alternatives. It is very full. It's probably way too carbonated. Oh, that's not a good look. That's not a good look.
Just drink the regular.
That's not a good look. Do you know Jimmy's Cocktail? I don't. I don't know Jimmy's Cocktail. Is Jimmy's Cocktail a cocktail, or is it a guy that named Jimmy that does cocktails? I know a guy named Colin that does cocktails. Well, we already cracked this open, and my wife gave me a terrible look when she tried this, so I feel like it's not good. Allie, how's it going? And considering it exploded as soon as I opened it, I get the feeling it's overcarbonated too. Is it drink? I'm not aware of said drink. Anyway, yes, here today we have the Monster Energy Zero Sugar. The Zero Sugar Monster Green Zero Sugar. Of course, it has zero sugar. It has 158 caffeine. I wonder how this compares to like regular Monster. You get like a random Monster. I'm curious if this has like the same, roughly the same. Man, it's like all different. It has about the same caffeine, but it has like slightly less taurine, slightly less B12, but it has more niacin and way more riboflavin. It's kind of interesting. So it's not just regular Monster Zero Sugar. There is some changes to the energy blend here. We're not going to talk about that, but of course it is a Monster Energy drink. Cat's coming. We see Cat. And we're going to rate this out of 100. 25 for the aroma, 25 for the palate, 25 for the finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal experience. Cat is here. Hi, Cat. So let's see what this looks like. I imagine it's going to be the same color as Monster, roughly. What? That's my water. I guess it's your water now. Alright, let's see if we can pour this gracefully. Now, the regular Monster had quite good carbonation. This one looks like it's overcarbonated, though. It seemed to have increased the carbonation in this variant, I would say. Mosey's getting his fat butt in the way. So there's our color here. Actually, it's not too bad. That carbonation is going away pretty quickly. Maybe just that initial spurt was rambunctious. Hey, can you not play with my XLR interface? Hey. Hey. I'm gonna have to move you. He's gonna roll over and fuck everything up. Okay, no, that's good for now. Gotta go. Have a good day, Allie. Oh, okay. That's scuffed. We have to clean some stuff up. I'll be right back. Okay, let's try this again. I've gotten to trusting him to be up here, and it didn't work today. He knocked all the things over, and it was a mess. Oh, Crassus. Oh, the coaster's stuck. Anyway, we'll do a take two, because that didn't fucking work. You're back. Welcome back. You left just in time to watch Mosley knock over everything and create a large mess for me to clean up. Maybe I should keep that footage just in case I can clip it into something funny. What state am I in? I'm not in a state. Haha. Alright. Let's try this again. The Monster Energy green can, zero sugar. Maybe not scuffed this time. Yeah, it's already open. We already made some boo-boos. So this is take two, but for you it might be take one. Alright, yeah, so regular green Monster, zero sugar, your typical Monster caffeine and vitamin cocktail, I suppose. And we will rate this at a 100. 25 for aroma, 25 for palate, 25 for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal experience. What country? I'm from Canada. Canada. Alright, here we go. I can't remember if that's the same color as like the regular green Monster, but here's our color here. This one does look a little bit more overcarbonated than the last pour. It does in fact look overcarbonated to me, but we'll see. See how we feel about it on the texture end. So let's see what we get on the nose here. That smells like Monster. It still smells like that sweet Rockets candy or sweet tarts. Like that chalky rolled candy. It feels not as complex as the sugared variant. Which I feel like eventually I got some amount of like hints of other things. Like I think I did listed like vanilla and some other stuff, but this one is actually kind of receding into kind of a lemon note, which seems to be common of these beverages, that they are citrus related so far. That initial aroma is kind of degrading into like a powdered sugar, kind of just like generically sweet, and like maybe a slight citrus, but not lemon. Also not orange. It's like, it's almost like that aroma is devolved into like grapefruit with sugar on top. Kind of like you would have for breakfast, you know, where you like cut the grapefruit in half and put sugar on it and then just eat it with a spoon. Like a sweet citrus type of thing, but not like a clear lemon, lime, orange. Or it could be, I guess, one of those other kinds of citrus that are like obscure and I don't know too well, like kumquat or something like that. Isn't that a citrus fruit? I don't know. Yeah, it's like a weird citrus with like a just up like a powdered sugar, or like honestly, there's a bit of like syrup, like generic table syrup. All right, so Monster Energy green can, 0 sugar on the palate. Cheers. Yeah, it tastes very similar to Monster, but this one has got way more carbonation to it. It definitely like near the mid palate, back palate. It's like all bubbles. It's like you get in. It's like all carbonation in the back palate. It's like they're kind of almost like they're pretty clever in that like the upfront taste is really similar to Monster, and then maybe that point where it would devolve into like a chemically 0 sugar chemical taste. It's like covered up by carbonation. Maybe an ingenious play. Because I can't really taste much on the mid palate because it's too carbonated. Some acidity to it. You do get some of that unfortunate, slightly medicinal artificial sweetener taste on the finish, along with some like kind of like sweet notes. I guess it's like just the sweetener. It's like all sweetener left on the finish. Sweetener is what lingers. Maybe maybe a bit of lime on there. Yeah, I think lime is a fair citrus. Nose is maybe better than we anticipated. Again, sweet tarts, rockets, candy, some acidity in the mid palate. Honestly, slight apple note going into the finish. Apple candy into like artificial sweetener taste. Actually, not bad. Actually, not bad. All right, so out of 25, let's score the aroma here. Which again, right now is actually just presenting me with like kind of like a lime citrus, which is an evolution from that like rockets candy, sweetened grapefruit, powdered sugar thing. Yeah, just like slightly lime kind of note. Call this 15. All right, now on the palette at a 25. Again, those sweet artificial tart candies. It also kind of feels like a bit of apple in there, like oversweet candy apple. Like almost like the apple you would get at a sour green apple, but not sour, if that makes any sense. Again, slight acidity in the mid palate. And yeah, like devolves into like some apple thing near the back palate. Not too bad. Um, 15. I think 15 is good here too. Now on the finish, that does have that slightly artificial sweetener medicinal aftertaste. But I also get like that note, those notes of apple candy with a bit of that lime. And then what rides out though at the back of the finish is all artificial sweetener medicinal aftertaste. So it's not it's got a reasonably tasty finish, but it also has a detractor. I'm gonna give it 13 on the finish just because it has that medicinal aftertaste. All right, now we'll talk about the texture here, which again to me I think this is slightly overcarbonated and a little bit sticky, but not too bad. It's not great. Nothing's impressing me about the mouthfeel, other than perhaps they used carbonation to cover up some medicinal notes on the palate, which is maybe just ingenious, but man, it's not bad until like the overcarbonation kicks in. Give it a 5. So out of 15, my personal experience with this one Monster Energy Zero Sugar, the green can. And again, we'll ask ourselves, why would we go for the Monster Energy Zero Sugar over any other offering? And this one, again, is very similar to the original Monster, except it's got maybe a little bit too much carbonation for me. It's like some of the carbonation, I think, was used to cover up some of that artificial sweetener taste. And it has some of that artificial sweetener taste on the back end, which is not optimal. So to me, it's like probably just straight worse than drinking a green Monster. But that's what you get with a zero sugar option, I suppose. Hi. I can mute for a second. All right. So, yeah, again, in terms of taste, again, we're just trying to evaluate this on its flavor on its own. This, I think, is just a worse green Monster. That's my personal opinion. It is maybe a bit forgettable in that way. Just get a green Monster in terms of taste. If you really want zero sugar, it's maybe a good alternative. But in terms of flavor, get a green Monster instead. Easy 3 Easy 3. Easy 3 out of 15. Alright. So. Let's give this a total. 15 and 15 and 13 and 5 and 3 is 51. 51 out of 100. This is still good. We'll still call this good. It's a good drink. It's good. Not bad. Which puts this roughly on the same level as what? Full Throttle. That's the same score we gave Full Throttle. Wild. Alright. So now that's that. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. Actually not too bad. It's not too good, but it's not too bad. Of course, it helps if Mosley doesn't fucking knock it over. Huh. Alright, so today is a new day. And on a new day, there's a new game. New game. Boom. 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 And it was Destiny, and you know. Consistently, it's been Destiny every time. I want to play a game, and Steam's like, we're gonna put the game on sale, and I'm like, okay. Guess it was Destiny. It was Destiny. We were destined. We were destined to play Riven. Loud. Adjust the slider until you can barely see the symbol. Sure. Here we are. Here we are, friends. For we have been through the world of mist and understood how to make the Riven link book. So here we are. We must save Catherine and confront Gan. Many ages, infinite truths.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Most of what you'll need to know is in here. And for reasons you will discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny, but it's actually a one-person prison. It's the only way to capture Gen. Here. Once you've freed Catherine, I'll come with a linking book. She'll know how to signal me. There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from. Until we meet again. Take care, my friend.
Spooky. Do. Okay. Let's raise the volume a little bit. We need to get into the menu. Actually, I totally kind of goofed. I need to get into the menu and make sure the random stuff is disabled that will make me sick. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, there's a person. Uh-oh. Beasts and Blinds, how's it going? Welcome back, man. He's not.
Isira, Isira. Muti ka kukuha nai. Isira. 你點解會孤人嚟？
I don't know what you're saying, brother.
是啦，我不怪你，我孤人，孤人。
Uh-oh. You probably don't. You probably don't want to go in that, buddy. You probably don't want to take that linking book, brother. I'm not sure what this guy did. What happened to this guy? He didn't take the link. Oh, someone ganked him. Someone ganked his ass. What's happening? You probably also don't want to take that linking book. Are you going to let me out and just give it back? Or are you going to take my linking book? You do not want to use that linking book, I promise. Okay. College sucks at 17. Yeah, probably. I didn't go into post-secondary until I was 22, I think. 22, I think. I can't remember it was so long ago. It was so long ago. I think the one thing to make sure when it comes to post-secondary is like just make sure you're trying to do something you actually want to do, because the worst feeling is like doing something you don't want to do, and then knowing you don't want to do it the whole time, but you're doing it because money, and then you get out of school and you hate what you do, but you have student debt to pay off. The worst. I don't have any student debt, thank God. I'm doing all right though. We need to, yeah, but I just took like, I don't know if when you say college, if it's the same thing, but like, I didn't go to like university. I went to like, a tech school, if that makes any sense. That's like the best way to describe it. So I just did a 2-year program. And basically the program that I did was like, again, this was like over 15 years ago, so it doesn't really apply so much anymore, but I like basically learned how to configure enterprise routers and switches and network architecture. So I could like configure a Cisco router with the command line and stuff like that. And I don't do that at all. I don't even know if my education is relevant anymore, but I just drive a forklift now, right? Like I don't do, cause I couldn't stand it. Like as much as I like computers and stuff, sitting at a desk doing like a tedious thing for work is like not fun. So I I went to school and I don't do anything with it. So, you hate what you're doing, but your father wants you to do it. Yeah. See that, you know, it's hard because, you know, I'm sure your father just, you did IT. Yeah, but not like programming. I did like configurations, basically, if that makes any sense. I did like administration. But I'm sure like he wants the best for you and he wants you to find a career where you make money. But at the end of the day, it's your life. So, you know, you only get one shot and you might not want to spend it doing something shit. But if you do the thing you want to do, you may have a good chance that you end up being poor instead of like being financially stable. And to some extent, money is freedom. So it's hard. But my experience was that I went to school and I hated what I did and I couldn't stand it and it was a waste of time. And hopefully, you know, I like try to like caution other people that like there's other ways through life than to like become a coder or a doctor or I mean like these days like electricians I think are we're making the money now. Electricians and specialized trade workers, I think that's the new demand, right? There's more spaces for electricians now than I think than any other discipline. It's like going to be the new coding, I think, pretty soon. The demand's going up and people aren't going into school for it. So, you know, don't do something for the money, but... Oh, okay. So it's for your family business. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a little different. But again, it's the same kind of idea, right? At the end of the day, you know, you're doing something that you don't want to do so that you can potentially acquire your father's business, which sounds like it's probably also in something you don't want to do. Unless, you know, you're hoping that someone else is going to run it. But again, it's that same thing again. Money's freedom. So if that's going to give you lots of money, then you become free. That cash flow will become freeing. You can use that to do the things you really want to do, because that's the real American dream these days, isn't it? You don't dream of what you want to do with your life and then do that thing and become successful. You go to school to learn how to do something you hate that makes a lot of money so that you have lots of money to have the freedom to do the thing you really want to do with your life. But in my situation, I make less money than I probably would have if I was doing an IT thing. But I can stand it on a day-to-day basis. Whereas I feel like if I was doing an IT thing, I wouldn't be able to stand it on a day-to-day basis. I thought people go to school to be indoctrinated. Well, that's not necessarily a falsehood, but it depends on what you take, right? When you go to school and you're learning a trade, it's not really indoctrination so much as it's learning how to like not harm yourself and others by doing a thing, and less about indoctrination. Ray tracing. Let's turn that shit on. Field of view, we need that all the way maxed. Apply. Motion blur is off, that's good. Yeah, so he wants you to learn in that way. And that's not a bad, it's not a bad thing. Like, especially if you're going to be, as I will say, as someone who works like more or less labor at the bottom of the totem pole, that like, not that I'm like making bad money necessarily, but like, I don't do the managing, someone else does the managing. There are people who are upper levels of management that don't understand what happens at the bottom. And they make decisions that are poor decisions as a result of not understanding what happens on the forest floor because they're in a helicopter above the trees and they can't see. So in some ways, yeah, if you're in a situation where you're going to acquire a business, but you don't know what the people in your business do at the bottom floor, it sounds like the business is successful, so you probably want to have it. And clearly your father's been running it for some amount of time and is interested in its continued success. So its success is probably somewhat predicated on the fact that he knows what the people at the bottom do and what their job is like, and wants you to know the same, which I think is fair. That's the case in almost every business. I mean, it depends how big the business is and how long it's been operating, I think. Like, if you're in a really giant business, it's more likely that you have more levels of management that don't see the bottom levels of the business because they're stuck in at the top, interfacing with ideas rather than practical applications, right? And if a business has been running for a very long time, then it's more likely that people who originally put certain things in place because they understood the bottom, those people were eventually retired or moved on or whatever and replaced with somebody else who maybe doesn't have the same understanding. So I think how long a business has been operating and how big it is two very clear ideas behind like how likely it is that people are making terrible decisions at the top for the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, sounds like he's trying to give you a good experience in terms of learning, learning how to correctly manage the business, as much as you might hate it, I suppose. Ross used to walk the grounds of the plant, walk up to Bob running the doodad machine and chat about what he's doing all day. Yeah. The hard part is like, I think CEOs and like people in higher management know that they're supposed to do stuff like that, but it comes down to like how well they actually absorb that information. Because like, the company I work for, the guys at the top, they're around stores all the time, but they still sometimes make decisions that don't make any sense. Now, it could be the kind of thing that they're making decisions based on a factor that I can't see and that only they can see. But there's people that are like closer to my level who still make decisions that don't make any sense and are in interfacing with the bottom floor all day. So absorption of the information and being able to like practically use it is like not necessarily going to be the same. Like, it's not a given that if someone is talking to Bob Jones who sweeps the floor, that he knows what the floor sweep actually does. And the other thing you gotta remember too sometimes is like when the boss is around, people act differently than when the boss isn't around. So there's some level of like knowing what things are actually like when the guy with the hat's not in town, I bet the McDonald's CEO couldn't figure out how to make a Big Mac. Well, the McDonald's CEO doesn't care about making Big Macs. The McDonald's CEO cares about real estate because McDonald's is a real estate company. Now, I don't know. Maybe the franchise owner doesn't know. Those decisions are made with information people don't have. Yeah, exactly. It's hard. It goes both ways, I think. Lots of franchise owners are clueless. Yeah. He has a restaurant thing and has 3 franchises in 3 different cities. So you're learning how to like manage the ground floor of a franchise chain. Yeah, I mean that's the business. That's how franchise chains operate. Like that's how McDonald's makes money. They don't make money by selling hamburgers. They make money by making it easy for anyone to pay them for the right to run a McDonald's. That's how they make money. Easy for dumbass to figure out which leads to a lot of incompetence. I think it's almost even more than that. Not only is it guys who buy a franchise and are incompetent, But also, I think guys buy a franchise with the idea in their head that they're not going to have to do anything and that it's going to be the general manager, right? It's going to be, I'm going to delegate everything to the guy I'm going to hire, but they don't know two shits about hiring a guy who's going to run it well. And it's also a hard sell a little bit, right? I don't know how much money a McDonald's general manager makes, but I imagine that person is going to be, things are going to be asked of that person that are unequal with its compensation, I would assume. So you have to find someone who's not dog shit willing to do a dog shit job. And that's hard. It's hard to get right. All right. I think we got things done in here. Am I not on? Hold on. For some reason, I'm not on streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. What is this thing you just linked me? Yep, that's that game now. That's that game now. You're back. Welcome back, Allie. What's going on here? We can look into this. We can look into this tube and see stars. I wonder what that means. What do we got going on here? I can look into this tube and see stars. What does this do? Oopsie. Fuck. Oopsie doodle. Well, oopsie daisy. Yeah, I don't think we're playing that game again, Crassus. I think that game's done now. Just like Bobby's Maze, I think that game's done now for me. Forever and ever. The end. What's happening here with this thing? It seems like this controls this machine, which maybe like grabs this thing from the top and picks it up. I don't know what's going on with this. What's going on with this thing? What the fuck? It's a windpipe. What does that do? I can't seem to keep it open. Going after there's a load of college work? Yeah, I imagine. Best of luck there, Beasts and Blinds. I hope the best for you. You got it. You will make the right decision. What is this symbol? My hand is like making a like, come here, come here, kind of thing. I think it means go back. I think it means like go back. Okay, so I don't know what we're doing with this thing or what's happening. Seems like this is hooked up to this. Oh, there's a pipe that goes up here. Okay, probably something up here does something to do with fixing this. Okay. Let us go. Oh, shit. Is that chick that stole my linking book? Blasting off? Press escape to view the keyboard open on your keyboard to open the menu. Well, yeah, I figured that out. Okay. So we saw in the trailer that these bugs, if you pull their little string, you can look inside them. What happened to that book he gave me? Oh shit. I have an inventory. Wait, in Riven I have an inventory? Holy fuck. If you would upload gameplays and walkthroughs of the games, it'd be real appreciated. I have the footage. I have all the footage from the streams. It's just a matter of me like cutting it up and like putting it on YouTube. I did post a boss fight from Final Fantasy on horizontal. I'm assuming you would want them on horizontal, but I do plan to like cut some of the like single player game playthroughs and put them in a longer form. It's just a matter of me finding time to do it. Of course, it'll have all of me like talking and responding to chat as well, unfortunately, but that is what it is. I don't have the time to edit them, but I can post them long form. And sort of plan to. 16:9. Is that horizontal or vertical? I'm an idiot. Because I know 16:9 is 1080p, but is it 16:9 or 9:16? 87:610. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. The island has resumed the familiar pattern of decay. This is the hallmark of my father's work. I must now race to implement this new patch before it's too late. I only hope that my revised theories are sound. Yeah, I could go in and do a bunch of editing. It's just I don't have a lot of time to do it. That's the struggle. And part of it is like I'd rather be live with my free time than be like editing a bunch of stuff. So I do want to like post like the full playthrough. 16:9 like normal. Oh yeah, it's a horizontal. Yeah. So I do want to like kind of cut the playthroughs. So if someone wants to watch a specific game playthrough, then they can. But I just don't have time to like go through and edit every time I like talk to chat like this. You'll get a little bit of everything, I suppose. If I had an editor, if I was so successful that I had an editor, it would be great. But I'm the editor, and I don't have any time. I still got to go to work, just like you got to go to do college work. I gotta stream and go to work still. So. (17:6:16) Revisions to Riven completed. There are still a number of minor adjustments that need to be made, but the basic corrections are in and should be working. Something's not right. I've been monitoring the instruments for several hours now, but thus far observed no change. It's possible I've made an error, though I've checked my entry against my pre-notation and can find no discrepancy. I haven't slept in nearly 3 days, so it may be that I'm just not seeing it. If the fault is with my foundational assumptions, however, perhaps a short rest, I will see something. I appreciate you being here, Beast and Blends. It means a lot to me. People like you are what keep the dream alive. 87:6:18. Success. It appears that my repairs have been effective after all. The gateway image has become noticeably clear, and although it's impossible to know this with absolute certainty, the island seems to have quieted itself. Just a few more weeks of work and I should be free, at last, to go there myself and attempt to bring Catherine back. The past 8 months have left me little time to devise a strategy for getting her out of there. There's been no sign from her in all this time. I only hope that... No, I must assume that she's alright, lest my fears undermine my effort. 87:6:19. I did not create the Age of Riven. Unlike my father, I have never presumed to have such power, and yet the future of all those who live there have fallen into my hands. So far, I managed to read the page before it turns. The island continues to appear stable, and I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world. But the theories of one individual cannot support the lives of real people indefinitely. I must get everyone off of Riven as soon as possible. The problem now is Gen. I'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the islanders if he is still the man he used to be. I haven't seen him in over 30 years, but given his history, I must assume he's still a threat. His myopic mission to restore the Deny civilization, I think it's Dini civilization, has left too many innocent cultures dying in its wake, a pattern that would no doubt continue were he to ever to escape the confines of Riven. For more than 3 decades now, the universe has been safe from his corruptive influence because no one has been able to leave that ill-fated age. The last linking book out of Riven has been lost in the star fissure upon my return to Mist. That was our intention, to maroon my father on Riven by removing all existing links to other worlds. And since the libraries containing the vast and intricate knowledge needed to construct linking books remains largely confined to the ruins of Dini, he would be trapped there for the remainder of his lifetime and effectively segregated from the countless other worlds he would have invaded. This is what we achieved, but the way it fell was no one's ideal. And although the sting of it has gradually faded over the years, the deep pain of the responsibility for what actually came to pass has never left me. At the time, it all seemed so clear. Gen's destructive path could not be allowed to continue, but it was never my wish that the innocent inhabitants of Riven, who had already suffered so much, should be the ones to have to pay for it. But enough. To dwell in the past is to die in the present. That's a good quote. To dwell in the past is to die in the present. And the situation is not the same as it was then. The knowledge I've acquired since that time is yet to be factored into the equation. 2 days later, I think I have the solution for rescuing Catherine. Why did it not occur to me sooner? I do not know, unless the thought had been pushed out with the memory of my sons. A prison book. Many years ago, during a hunting expedition through the ruins of Dini, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, as my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I had to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to the books in my library, I was pleased to find I could still recall most of the formula, and with little experimentation quickly succeeded in creating one of those devices myself. The procedure is actually quite simple. By altering key lines of text, but slightly, a normal linking book connection can be partially severed, such that anyone who attempts to use the book will be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link, unless someone else then uses the book, at which point that person becomes trapped and the first person displaced back into the world, as we know from the endings in Mist. The technique can be applied to books that have been already written, changes to the text being so slight that anyone who is unfamiliar with the code will be unable to detect them. If my father is indeed unchanged, what better bait would be than a book that appeared to be a link back to Dini? And this is 2 weeks later. Trouble. My nightly analysis of the island's condition has revealed that the tremors have started again. The pattern, however, is new. The disturbances are the result of the changes I have made. This did not, at first, concern me. Tremors of this type were one of the possible side effects I had anticipated during the initial phase of the island's readjustment. But in order to verify my assumptions, I recalculated incorporating the new data. The results were not what I expected. The damage to the understructure is more extensive than I realized. I can no longer go to Riven as planned. Catherine, forgive me. And the next day, I must act while I have the time. The signs are as yet barely visible, but there is no question that the island's deterioration is accelerating. Total collapse is imminent unless I keep ahead of it, and that is becoming increasingly difficult to do. 2 days later. With every passing moment, I gain a clearer picture of the incredible chaos that my father's shortcuts have yielded. But it's a dismaying process. The complexity of the problem is overwhelming. There is no good end to this. The last few days have convinced me that the collapse of Riven is inevitable, and that, at best, I can only strive to delay it in hope that at some point the island will become stable enough to risk a rescue attempt. And then 2 days later, I think I've come up to a way to subdue the tremors. It will require my exclusive attention for at least a month or two, but it may be necessary to discontinue these journal entries for a while. He says that, but then the next week, something truly miraculous has happened. Beyond all conceivable probability, someone has found my lost, missed linking book and freed me from this prison. That's me. I immediately realized that this could be the solution to my dilemma, and I believe my mysterious benefactor is willing to assist me. The logistics of such a scheme are formidable, but the fact that it may now be possible for me to continue my repairs to Riven, while also proceeding with my original intent to find Catherine, has renewed my hopes. 3 days later. The last few days have left me little time to work out of the remaining problems with sending someone else to Riven. It did occur to me, however, that if a way would be found to signal me once again, he clearly doesn't like daddy. Someone's got some daddy issues. Has been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real linking book to Riven and thereby risk the possibility of inadvertently freeing him. The deteriorating state of the gateway image would seem to make the use of a visual signal impossible, yet the picture remains a reliable indicator of Riven's condition. Nonetheless, by measuring and interpreting variations in the noise pattern, I am still able to observe basic changes that occur in the age, even though I cannot see them. The problem is that my instruments can only detect changes that occur at a fundamental level, and it seems unlikely that an individual would be able to affect such an elementary change from within an age. The idea may be foolish. Still, there is a known weakness that may be worth investigating, an unstable anomaly that appears as a rift between two separate realms, the Starfisher. But how this feature might be exploited, I cannot say. Sending someone to Riven also means that once signaled, I will have to leave my writing in order to take a real linking book there myself. Provided my father is safely out of the way, this should take a little time. Assuming the island does not incur any serious damage during my absence, I should then be able to return to Kavir and hold it together for long enough for Catherine to evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining a specific signal may simply be impossible, but I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for success will be greatly increased and the possibility of disaster greatly diminished if the prison book is all that is taken. My father is no doubt expecting me to bring a linking book to Riven. May he not be disappointed. That is it. Unfortunately, we lost the prison linking book to some chick, so we don't know what's happening. And I don't know what's going on here either. There's 5 dudes, a guy looking at the dudes, a dude writing a thing and passing it out, and some guys being mad, and then some dude with a compass doing something, and then some sheets of paper falling out of a tree. Okay. That all makes clear sense. What's in here? There's a button. Just like this button. Does this thing spin? There's that dome. So, we've seen this one. What does this one look like? Ah, it's a dude. And a guy with a book falling through space and time. What do we got here? A blank book. with some worship guys and dead trees. They're making books out of trees. That would make sense, you know. What do we got here? And the guy creating his fantastic ages through writing in the book, of course. And then discover the story of Gen told through art. Huh, I wonder which part came first. Like, it feels like the guy, like, Gen learned how to create the worlds. And then the people worshipped him because he could do such crazy things. And then I don't know. He, like, had some disciples or some shit. And then something happened where he banished a dude. And then he was like, okay, everyone, let's burn this place down and make more books or something. I don't know. Not sure. Let's peek through these little doorways, see what's going on. Ooh, that thing's spinning. This is the same kind of door. I think this thing spins too, if I had to guess. Okay. I'm not sure what any of this tells me. Or what there is to do. Do you think I have to just pull these in the right order? You think it has something to do with that? There's some text here which kind of reminds me of the text that's on that gravestone in Mist. It's very similar looking. But I suppose it's a different game. Okay, we came from this way. What if we went down this way? Try to stay on the same island for now. This game looks really good, though. That fucking fog looks almost real, dude. Video games are getting crazy. They're getting crazy, man. So here's this thing. It's locked with a pentagon key of some kind. Oh, I did not. Okay. See, this is funny because I read a thing, and it wasn't really a spoiler, but it said in Mist, you have to solve a puzzle to open a door, but in Riven, sometimes the door is the puzzle. And it makes you think, oh, I need a key to open this door, but in fact, you can just take it off its hinges. But what does this do for me? It just lets me see into the room that I was just in. So that's kind of weird. What does that do? This is one of those things where, like, you kind of go, what does this do? And it probably does something. Maybe if this spins, maybe, then maybe there's a cubby that comes around here. There's something in it. I don't know. What would that do otherwise? What else would be the purpose of that? Okay, I have to go do some real quick. I'll be right back, and we'll continue. Alright. One of the things I just realized while I was FK is, so he didn't want to send a linking book to Riven, so he sent a trapped linking book to trap Gen, but he also sent a book that explains all of this. Because I have two books. I have a book that was a trapped linking book, and I have a book that explains everything. So that's kind of, I guess even if he finds out the linking book's trapped, he can't physically get out because there's no real linking book. But it kind of seems weird you would send a book if you're worried about. You would send a book that explains. Anyway, I still have that book though. Here it is right here. So I guess we don't have to worry about that too much. Okay, so we went down there. And I'm not sure what to do with that yet. And that is where we came in. There's some pipes that go other places. We can go over here, so let's go over here. See what we can see. Is there a thing where I can always show cursor? I know that's kind of weird, but... I want to always see cursor. That way my brain has an anchor and doesn't get sick. There's some fruits. What are these things for? There's that shape again with the star and the things in the middle. I can't seem to select these. I can't seem to get up here. This is some kind of machine that does something. It looks like it creates fire or an image or something. Can we go through here? Nah. So that's all that's here, eh? There's this sphere that does something. Is that it? Is that all that's to this right now? So we have a sphere that does something in a room with a big door that we can't open. We have the back way entrance to this little shrine thing. We have this back way entrance that kind of like lets us peek into this little hole that we've already been in this room. But it lets us peek in here for some reason. I don't know if this turns or not. It kind of seems like it doesn't, but I'm not sure. We have this room itself, which has all of the bugs that we can pull to see about the story of Gen with a button. Ah ha 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 ha. It does turn. I tried to press that button at first and it didn't do anything. I wonder if you had to open the back way for that to happen. Well, let's see what we can see. Let's see what we can see over here. What's over here now? Again, nothing. We can poke our head in here and see that the door goes down this other path. I wonder... I imagine we have to keep spinning this until we get some kind of feedback from the other side. Because this is what was over there before, always. Okay, so now we can get in through this side. And we can, again, see this pathway, but that doesn't really help us. How many doors are there, really? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a pentagon. Yeah, there's 5 different entrances. So we can now get in through this side instead of through this side. This is the other entrance. But that doesn't do anything. It would be good if we could spin it. While we were inside already. Although, if we could get this door open, that would also help. I see there's a button right here to spin it as well. And there's something else here that I can't quite see. I'm trying to understand, what can we do? What can we do to open the door? Can we pull these strings in the right order? Do you think one will stay winged out? Haha, this is the first one. The book. No. No, okay, never mind. I thought that one was staying open. Like the It's not. We were just too close to it. What do these beetles tell me? Okay, so we have this. The other thing we have is we have this machine over here. This looks like it has a tube to it. It just goes into the mountain, okay. Again, we have this machine down here. This something that goes off to another island that goes into this thing. But this machine has a tube that goes up here into this area. What's back here? There is a little way down there. I can't get down there, but there is a path. What does it mean? And this thing is weird too. What if can I do something with this? I click on it somewhere? No. I think, oh, I did something. What did I do? I managed to push that ball up. I don't know what that did though. That lowers it. Okay, so I can heighten and lower this thing. Clearly I want to pick this thing up with it. The problem is, I think it's powered by this, whatever's up there. So I think we can't do, I really think we can't do anything with it until we solve something up there. There's no, like, thing, nozzle or something to turn. So... it really feels like it's something up here. Lets me go over there or something. Can I get in? Oh, maybe that's the trick. Maybe I can get in while it's moving. You think that's it? You think I can, like, go... No, like, as soon as I press the button, I can't get in. It doesn't let me. It doesn't let me, like, press the button while I'm inside. That would, in theory, trap me sometimes. What's the trick? What's the trick to this? I want to think it's something to do with pulling the bugs in the right order. I'm getting the feeling it's something to do, like, something like that. Because looking through these things doesn't do anything. Looking up here doesn't really tell me anything. What order do you think it would be? Is that one first? Man, I don't know what order makes sense. I think it's not the book. Feels like it's the... like he came up with that. And then... no, I don't think it's that. That's a different guy. I think he came up with that. And then... no, not that one. Like... started making the books. Started getting all the books. Then... they started to see him as a god. And then... another guy learned how to do it and was spreading the knowledge. And then he banished him. Did that work? No, that didn't fucking work at all. Huh. And that doesn't really help me. What opens this? You would think it's something to do with the bugs, but... there's two different locked doors, actually. couldn't be the kind of thing where when I place a certain one of the two openings on this thing that, like, it goes to a different doorway that's not locked or something like that. Like, this door is locked. Okay. This door goes down a different pathway, which seems to be the thing that powers the machine. Okay. So what happens if I move... Wait, how... So it's one space. Where do I need to get to? I need to get in here? Where's this? Okay, so if I spin... Okay, so if I spin this door to here, this door should be 1, 2... It should be here, which lets me go down in here. So I need to spin this 2 more times. 1, 2. I think that does what I want it to do. That's why you can look through the little portholes so you can see what to do. And last time I had it on this setting, I just walked through and I wasn't thinking. So this should lead me down this path. Excellent. And now we can turn on the gas. And that powers the machine down there. What's this? Oh, that opens the door. Did it open both doors? No, it just opened the door to this roundabout rolling thing, this rotating thing. So probably there's another one of these, yeah, in another place. Alright, let's see what this machine does. It still is not moving. Is it something to do with this? Clearly steam's coming in. Oh wait, there's dials. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Do I have to know the password? I can't seem to move this thing anymore. But it was already kind of weird to try to move it. See, that seems too high. I think we want to go down. See, that seems too low. We still can't get it to run. I think I need a password. So let's go to that rotating thing. That's the next thing we learned. I didn't see anything in here that would indicate that like password. Guess what, chicken butt? 3 days. Oh, till that announcement, yeah. Okay, so we want to go in here. So what are our options for going in here? It's this one. Or, yeah. So I need to press the button. 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2. Wait, no. 2 times. 2 times. Let's go. Three days. You know what I found out yesterday, Crassus? There's a World Series of board gaming in Vegas, and you can get a bracelet. There's ring events where you can get a ring, and if you win a ring event, then you get put in like this main event. But the game that you play is random of all of the ring games, so you have to be good at all of them. Isn't that wild? You have to win a ring event, be so good to win at the game that you want to play, and then be good enough at all of the other games to win against other people who are the best at those games. And I was looking at it, and like there was a guy who I can't remember what game he won. He won some other game, and then he, in his semifinal for the bracelet, he like drew Arc Nova, and he'd never played Arc Nova in his life, and he won the match. How kind of freak of understanding can you be? There's a lot of transferable skills in board games, but it's still funny. So how does this work? Because this is spinning, and we're seeing the picture. If I do this, what happens? Seemingly nothing. I thought it was slowing down at first, but it didn't seem to do anything. So at this thing with a button that looks at the symbols on this spinny thing and takes like a picture or does something like that. That's what we got. We can come over to this thing and see it spinning. We can't fall off because the game has made an invisible wall. We like that. And this thing has a pipe going into the big structure that somehow you can maybe interact with if you go down there. But what is this telling me now? It's got all these different shapes, and they kind of flicker in this scope. I think this is going to open the other door for me, though, so we'll have more ways to go here in a minute. Again, I don't know what to do with this information. This feels like, again, something where, like... Wait, what the fuck? Did I hit it right? What happened? Why did it stop? What the fuck? I solved the puzzle somehow. I think I solved that puzzle by accident. I don't know what I did, but I think I did it right. Oh shit. Oh fuck. What the hell? What the hell's happening? I'm trapped. Whoopsie. Now I'm inside. I can't move. What's happening? I'm inside the spinning ball now. What is happening? What the fuck? Things just got really weird. Enter the starry expanse. What the fuck? What is happening? What just happened? What? Is it coming back? What's that? I like launched something, I think. No, I don't even know what I did. And now it's like stuck in this kind of setting. I can't. What is this thing doing? I'm so confused. I don't know if I did the right or wrong thing. I just did something to see how it worked. What the fuck is happening? This is kind of trippy, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this thing fucking does. It did something. What is this? What the hell? Okay. Wait. Can I move it along this other axis? Oh no, this is so weird. What is happening? Let's go to this one. Am I visiting different planets in the universe? Am I visiting different dimensions? I'm not looking outside of this bubble for fear of motion sickness. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, we've aligned ourselves with some other thingamabob, but I don't have a way to walk over there because like the platform's not extended. Okay. And I don't know what the fuck that thing does. So this one's glowing. Are any other ones glowing? Just this one. The one we came from. Oh, wait. That one's glowing over there. I'm assuming the glowing means something like it's activated, like you can go there. There was another one glowing over here somewhere. Where did I see it? Wasn't that one? There's the one we came from. I think it's... There it is right there. This is so weird, man. Yeah, so we can go through this one. The platform's extended. But this one's like upside down compared to the other one. What's that down there? Can I go down there? No, because it's upside down. I can go in still, but it's everything's upside down. Oh, okay. I can walk around here, but it doesn't do anything because we have to literally flip ourselves over. This is so weird. Okay, so here's another one of these things. So we can fire a new ball from our new location. And maybe that will light up a different one. Oh no, we're doing something. What did we do? We just did something where we like charged that. Maybe that was supposed to happen with the other one, but it glitched out because I did it in the wrong order or something. What did that do? I kind of want to like exit into this dome though and see what's in this different reality. What did that do for us here? This one's... Oh, not only... This one is solid now. This one is flashing. I just want to go out for a second and just see what, if I can. Do these represent different realities? Oh, I think they don't represent different realities. They represent different domes on different islands on the same age. But you can, like, travel between them using some kind of fucking space-time continuum ass shit. Arrive on Prison Island. Okay. I can go off the rails. What could we find? Interesting. What do we have here? Something that rotates. What does it mean? What does it do? What the fuck? What does that do? Feels like I'm missing information. There's another island over there. So a way to look down into it. What's up here? I never went in the middle. I don't know if that... Can't jump or anything. What the fuck was that noise? It's a strange sound. There's a room with a bowl of fruit. A barrel. How do we get in there? What the fuck? She scared the shit out of me. That must be Catherine.
You made it. But how did you get past Gen? I know what he's doing. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. You can't let Gen get back to Dunny. Find the moiety. They have the book. Be careful.
Hold. So we found Catherine. Catherine is stuck in this room. So we have to figure out how to free Catherine from this room. It didn't really help me with understanding what to do with this thingamabob down here. It feels like I have a whole bunch of puzzles that are missing a little bit of something. Like, I don't know what this thing does. And I don't know how it relates to this thing. All this thing has is a thing you can kind of turn. But I don't really know what that has to do with anything. Or how it relates to this. Think I'm gonna get trapped in here. Okay, so this is how these things work. You have to stop it on the correct thing for its, and this one was what? It was like an eyeball. Yeah. Alright, let's go in here and get fucking trapped. I'll probably get fucking trapped or something. Oh no, it's fucking sound puzzle again. Okay, there's some like sound code you need to do this thing and open this door. Okay. Okay. Is there any other ones I can go to? Maybe if I go back and get this one that's blinking to like be solid. There we go. I don't know what that did, but now it's probably solid. Yeah. So the question is, like, how do I find other ones that are blinking? Because there's ones that are... Oh, this one's blinking. Wait, what does that do? What does the machine do? Because now this one's blinking. Can I shoot another ball at this one? Or no? Trying to figure out what this actually does. I don't need to do this again. It seems to have been done. But these other ones, they seem like they're inaccessible. Maybe because they're not blinking. You know, see, this one is inaccessible. Let's try this one. Same idea. There's not really that many of them. So we kind of figured how that system works at least. Now we have to get into here. So to get into here, I would have to either go 1, 2 from there, or go 1, 2 from here. So I need to move this until I can get out of here, and then remove it back to the place where I have to stand. Either one works, I guess. Regular entrance or back entrance. Mr. Bee's Knees, how's it going? I'm doing okay. Not too bad. This game is giving me, like, slight motion sickness, but I'm doing alright with it. I haven't had a puke yet, but I'm feeling a little bit of something. But, we're doing okay. Oh, there's no button here. Also, I can't go from back entrance. There's no button. Vegan? No, not vegan. Whiskey is vegan, though, if you didn't know. That's how you get, that's how you get vegans to taste meat. You get them some smoky whiskey. Saw someone stream this a few months ago, the old original though. Yeah, this is the new, beautiful ray-traced fucking version. It is so nice. Like, it looks really good. And so far, this is like so cool. I'm quite enjoying this so far. Enter the Great Gold Dome. Okay. Oh, there's symbols. Is that gonna show me? No. Wait, okay, so this is the pipe that goes to that island. Okay. Oh yeah? How did you feel about that? Let's go to a symbol that I know so that I can kind of see. I don't know this one. Like I know this one. Interesting. Cap also had some Lagavulin 16 recently. And this one's just going to point at this dome because we already know that one. That's the close one. So you think this is the key maybe to lighting those other domes up on the other thing? Where does this go? Right, there's that. This is the passageway down here to, that we saw from up here. Can we just get in here? You think we can just open the door? Wow. Oh. This seems so sus, dude. Although, this is the same spider web thing that's in this room. Where's that? Was that the other side of this door? Do you think it's going to take me over there, or do you think it's going to capture me? This looks like a fucking trap, dude. I don't know. I want to come back to that. It looks like a trap. I feel like I'm going to get trapped. Nose was phenomenal. Palate was a little watery, very smoky. My burps were smoky for like 2 hours. Yeah, that's the one thing about Lagavulin 16 is some people say they get some sherry out of it. I don't personally get any sherry out of it. I think it's all... I think actually the whole thing is probably refill ex-bourbon. That would be my guess. But some people think there's some sherry in it. I don't personally get sherry. I just get like a bunch of different smoky notes, and that's what's kind of fascinating. I think about Lagavulin 16 is there's a bunch of different smoke within smoke, kind of smoky characteristics that are all pretty well defined. I think like it's not like, oh, there's a smoky aspect, or oh, it's just really smoky. It's like, oh, there's like a smoke note, but there's also like almost like a charcoal, and then like a burnt log, and then like an ash and a camp. It's almost like those, but they're not like, oh, these are general descriptors of like the feeling. It's like there's distinct different smoky notes as you go through the palate and into the finish. And that's what's the most fascinating, I think, about that particular whiskey, is that it's crafted so well that the notes you get, the smoke notes you get out of it are so well defined. They're not like generic smoke notes. It's like, it's almost like they have, you can there's an evolution in the smoky characteristic of it as you go through it. Same nose sherry, mostly bourbon notes and smoke. Yeah, and that's like a weird thing, right? Because like there's guys who, I maybe need to stop saying this, but I think they know more about this stuff than I do. They've been doing spirits for so long, and they're like, they'll be like, yeah, there's obviously like a bit of a sherry here, and I'm like, well, I don't think there's any sherry. I think it's like mostly just ex-bourbon, like maybe refill ex-bourbon. And they don't say anywhere there's any sherry in it. So I get the feeling that like when they hear people say, oh, there's some sherry, they kind of like, yeah, sure, there's some sherry in there to like make people think there's more to the product. But I think it's just a 16-year-old refill ex-bourbon whiskey, which is fine. It's so well made, and despite it being 43% alcohol, it is not the strongest, but I think it does a really good job of being a 43% whiskey, because sometimes you get to those 43% whiskeys and you're like, it could punch a little more, it needs a little something, and we could oomph it up. But I didn't feel that way about Lagavulin 16. Like, yeah, sure, it would be better at 46 or 50, but for a 43%, it's kind of slaps. Like I think you can't be disappointed with 43%. The 43% presentation, despite it being not as high as it could be, I suppose. Dr. FHFJFU, welcome back, man. You were disappointed with the 43? I don't know. I wasn't disappointed with the whiskey. You can be disappointed with the number, but I wasn't disappointed with the whiskey. I guess that's the way I'll put it. can't remember what I rated it. I rated it in the 70s. I can't remember. What is this? Is this a trap? This looks like a fucking trap too. Oh, these are the tubes. Oh, okay, wait. So yeah, the review isn't on Discord yet, and I don't know if it's on YouTube yet either. It is. So yeah, I haven't posted the written one yet. That's what I'm most behind with right now is posting written reviews to Discord, but the video is posted to YouTube. What did I say about it? What did I give it? The fact that the flavor is still really good for 43% alcohol. The texture suffers. It's not like the Corey Vrecken or something like that where it's like, oh my god, the mouthfeel is insane. It's just not got that. It is definitely a little thin. But despite it being thin, you know, it reps the flavor. So it's kind of okay, but it's going to lose points on texture. It just is what it is. I think I'm saying what you're saying at this time. We could do reruns. This looks pretty good for a rerun. Texture is easily like a 3. Yeah, that's fair. All right. So, oh, but the finish is so good. It's definitely a 20. Out of 15, my personal subjective opinion on this whiskey, and we'll always ask ourselves, why would I pick up the Lagavulin 16 over a similar whiskey? Again, agnostic of price. If I had other 16-year-old smoky whiskeys in front of me, why would I go for this one? And I think it's clear that the reason you go for the Lagavulin 16 is well-defined notes. It's like... Yeah, 3 is a terrible texture score. Flavors and aromas you get out of this bottle are so crystal clear. It's not, you know, a muddled mess of a bunch of different notes hitting you at the same time, jumbling all over themselves, and you're trying to interpret what you're getting. It's like there's crystal clear definition here where you get like a smoky note, and then that morphs into like an ashy note, and then that kind of morphs into like a protein note, and that kind of morphs into like an earthy note. It's not like you're getting all those notes at the same time. You're trying to piece them together and interpret what you're receiving on the palate or on the finish. There's clear transitions of flavor. The notes are so well defined. That's the strength, I think, of the 16. What did I say? What was the final score though? Outrageous. It would have to really stun. So out of 15, 19, and 21, and 20. I gave her some pretty good and 3 scores, to be honest. And 10. We give this 73. A 70. Oh, 73. I thought it was 77. 73. There you go. There you have it. Oh, wrong camera. And I didn't remember for sure, but I guess I said the same thing when I drank it. It's kind of like what you're saying. Like it's a little thin. But the flavor doesn't disappoint for me. Like despite the fact that you can tell the texture's not that good and the flavor it's like thin and not the most like good mouthfeel. It still backs up with flavor, right? So that's what I think is pretty cool about it. Hi.
The thing I've been trying to fix?
Yep.
Couldn't fix it. It's been a pain in the ass. I can't get it to work. It's a configuration error. That's all it was. The jar file had the wrong fucking configuration in it. The one's fixing that, it all works. Now I have to go explain why it took me 3 days to change one line of code.
You just didn't know what the problem was. Sometimes figuring out the problem is half the battle. All right, so we learned... Okay, so these are the different islands and their, like, thing that goes in the thing. So probably clicking this is not going to be a problem right now. It's not going to do anything. This is the way back, I think. I think this is the way back to Mist, or this is the way back to my home place or something. We gotta, like, get all of the icons and then go up there and fucking turn it on and it'll zap the book. I think that's what's going on. So all the different pipes come in here. Okay, we've kind of learned roughly what this does. What am I trying to figure out from here? What do I need? I need a way to free Catherine. I need a password for that machine that lifts the thingamabob. I need to figure out what to do with the, like, sculpture that's by Catherine that's got a spinny thing. And I need to figure out how to turn on other islands, like pathways, so I can get to them. This goes to that room that's got the spider chair, which seems sus. Where does this go? Is there another way out over there? This goes to here. And the walkway needs lowering, and that's linked to this. Is this just going to do what we think it does? Oh. Whoopsie doodle. Evidently, that was not the way to do that. Huh. Okay. I want to go through this door. Wait, there's another door here. There's some doors I think I haven't gone through. Wait, no, these are all doors that just have pipes. Yeah. There's no, like, exits. Right? No. The only exit is the way back to this room. And the thing down here. I guess this is the only place to go. I think it's the only place to get new information is to take the spider chair, which seems really sus, but I don't know anywhere else to go. And I don't think you can, like, die and lose in this game. so I guess we'll just see what happens. This feels like it's supposed to, like, teleport you to places. Like, what does this do? Oh, this controls the bridge. Well, that just removes an option, I think. That doesn't help me. What does this do? Oh, this is going to open the door over there. Where the other, like, thing is. Okay, get me out. Oh, shit, I'm doing something. What does that button do? I'm worried about this fucking button. It's like doing something with these thingamajigs. Okay, I don't know what that button does, but we're gonna leave, I guess. Doesn't seem to do fucking anything. But it probably does something. Okay, so... I guess we can go back to that other spot that has the chair. Is it down here? I think it's down here. It's the room with the it has like the same cage in it, but it has like a fire pit, and I kind of thought maybe like teleport me or something weird like that. It's got the same kind of cage, but now this door is open. Is that called the... Does that call the trolley? Oh, you know it does. I don't know what this thing does, though. Oh, this is the camera. That's how you see. This is the camera. Where's the camera in here? Right there. There's the camera. He's watching me. You guys ready for a trip on the fucking tram, dude? Oh, we also need a sound puzzle. We need an answer for a sound puzzle. Okay. Let's fucking go. Theme park ride. Go. Oh, that wasn't that exciting. I thought it was going to take me on a real fucking roller coaster ride, dude. That was kind of lame. God damn it. Arrive on Jungle Island. Thanks, game. I'm still looking for all kinds of clues. We managed to figure out how to open the door, I guess. What do we have here? Oh, here's another one of these things. Wait, he's got another... It's got two. It's got a spinny thing with two in it. The other one only had one. What does it mean, though? What's this do? Okay. We can redirect the water here as if we were going to fill something. What's this? Can't interact with that, whatever it is. Okay, this water thing might do something. Up or down? Let's go up. I'm always rising to the top, you know? I'm gonna fucking go down by choice. The hell's that? The hell's this? A giant fucking lever. There's another one of these things over here. What the fuck is this? Is this a tear in reality? Investigate the strange breach. Total collapse is imminent. Yeah, I can see the starry realm. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna get back on the path. There's another one of these statues. What does this one have inside it? This one's also got two. Still don't know what the fuck those mean. What the hell is this? Oh, those are like bugs. That's a cool looking bug. Oh, fuck. I thought it was like part of the like puzzle. Maybe it is. Maybe I should have followed it. I feel like I can hear it. No, I don't see it. I hear these fucking buzzing, dude. Let's go this way. Oh, here's a new island rotator transportation thing. That's cool. What's over here? Oh, it's a village. What the fuck? Person took off with my fucking buggy, dude. Dang. Bring back the buggy. Okay, so it seems like I'm at an impasse here. I need the buggy to come back. I don't seem to be able to like get this down or anything. It's like you need to go over there first to get this to come down. And this guy stole my fucking buggy. Okay, so this is an impasse. We need to do something to continue on here. So we'll go into the hut with the rotator. Rotator's on top. Okay, we gotta get on top. The giant fucking sword. Okay, we can open this up here probably. Alright. What is this? Do you think this island is like this symbol? Something? I'm not sure what this means. I feel like this is intended to give me some kind of hint. But I see there's a bridge here though. Is there a way that this opens and then you can go up here? Or nah? Not sure what this is. The problem is now I don't know what to do. Here we go. Oh no, that's just back this way. How do I get up there? Oh, I'm gonna have to... Am I gonna have to do something with... in the city to get up there? I feel like I'm in an impasse down here, though. I don't really know if I can do anything down here. Hmm. There's stuff over there, but... it feels like this track goes over there and you can like come up there and go in here, but it doesn't seem like there's any way to call the underwater buggy, and the other guy took it. Don't know what to do here. But it feels like there's not much else I can do. What else can I do? Wait, what? Hold on. The fuck? Does that do anything? That doesn't do anything, does it? Something weird. No, this thing's not still back. This thing's still not lowered. What does that have to do with anything? These random sticks that turn blue. You would think that would not be nothing, but it's very strange. They're not blue anymore. Don't know what to do from here. What's going on over here? Again, there's this thing. Which I can't really interact with. That has like, you know, like track and stuff. And then this way just sends us back. What do we do from here? What do I need? I need a set of symbols for the password for that forklift thing. I need an auditory password for the prison. What else do I need? I need more ways to link more things to the center dome. I need to figure out what these statues do. I have this rotating thing, but I have no clue what that even means or does. Oh, what's this? We have found a minecart. Oh, this is the boiler island. Wood chips, huh? What's this now? This changes the direction of the steam. For whatever reason. Any of that does. Don't seem to do anything. Not sure what any of this does. Let's see if we can go over here. Can't open that. So I need to do something to open that hatch. Wait, is this the track robot? Looks broken. Oh, broken. What the fuck? Burnt linking book. Can I not put this in my like bag? No, eh? Hmm. Why would it leave it like that for me to find? So, is there something I can do with the water boiler pressure to, like, open this hatch? Is that what's going on here? I get the feeling there's some kind of puzzle going on with this boiler. Maybe if I take pressure off of it, it'll be open. I don't know. It's a guess. No. So I gotta push pressure on it and then like blow it open maybe with pressure? I don't know. Sleepy. Getting sleepy. Nothing's happening. Okay, so let's turn it back on. And I don't know, we'll go see if we can fuck around with the boiler. Okay, so that... What does that do? That cuts off the water. What does that do? Oh, nothing's happening. It's rough. What can I do? What can I do? Feels like the pressure's going in this okay, but it doesn't open the thing. Oh, man. Man. Oh no, what do I do? Oh, there we go. We did something. Okay, so that's what that does. I thought that might open the door. But didn't do anything. Hmm. Feels like that should just open that door, but it doesn't. I was thinking maybe I had to go click on it or something. I don't know what to do. It feels like it should be that, like, you lower the water and the platform and then you can get in there from the doorway, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And then this thing over here feels like it just won't open. Oh, man. Don't know. Is there a way to open this thing, maybe? Looks like there's a path. I don't know how you would even do that, though. I don't get it. I don't feel like there's something missing. I feel like I just don't know what's going on. Why won't this door open? Feels like if I send pressure to this hatch, it stays shut, and if I take the pressure away, it still stays shut. Feels like the logic would be you send the pressure over here and it opens that door. But I get over there and it's not open, and it's so confusing. And you can hear the pressure in the tube. Don't know. Okay, well, I'll have to fuck around with this sometime tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, next week. Ugh. Okay. Save. Oh, save. I don't know what's going on with that boiler. It feels like the logical things to do with it don't do anything. I feel like I'm missing something. It was putting me to sleep. Oh, we have a tournament turn to play here. can we do? We can place this. Boom. Score some points. What do I do with my one? I can use a worker to place a boat, or what? I guess that's it. This is the last round of this. Last turn of this round. I guess I can use my worker to place a boat. Take goods from a depot. Stack into one of these. It is now your turn, friend. I have more points than this guy, but he's got plenty of room to make more buildings. I'm stuck like trying to collect animals. And he's got 3 mines and I got 1. Like there's a chance he exceeds my scoring in the next round. To be honest. All right. All right, let's see what we can do. See if we can find something to talk about here. Something we haven't talked about, of course. Nope, we definitely already talked about that one. Yep, already did that one too. Come on, come on. Ooh. Okay. That's a different one. A different one. Alright, I'm gonna get some glassware, and I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get some stuff out here. Boom. Boom. The hell's that? Oh, right. Alright, so today, live review of the Craigellachie 14-year-old old malt cask. Single cask bottling here. This is from the Craigellachie distillery, but this is bottled by Hunter Lang and Company. This is a Speyside single malt Scotch whiskey, 50% ABV or 100 proof. It is non-chill filtered and of natural color. This particular bottle was distilled in 2008 and bottled in 2022, and it spent 14 years in a sherry butt of the Oloroso variety. And this is one of 641 bottles. So there's only 641 bottles of this particular whiskey. And again, it's diluted slightly to 50% alcohol. So you get up there to the 600 bottle number that way with a little bit of water out of one barrel. But this is a single cask. This is a single barrel offering, if you will. In particular, this is barrel HL 19718, if you happen to have a similar bottle in front of you and are curious, I suppose. And we're going to rate this out of 100, 25 for aroma, 25 for palate, 25 for finish, 10 for texture, and 15 for my personal experience. Of course, we know we like this Craig Ellicky distillate. It's that same kind of high sulfur distillate, but this is an independent bottle. And of course, Hunter Lang is an independent bottler of Scotch since the late 40s. And they purchase, new make spirit and age it in their own casks in their own warehouse. So it's not like they go buy a barrel. It's not like a barrel pick necessarily. They purchase new make and they control the wood policy on their own. And they are now the owners of the new Ardnahoe distillery. If you've heard of the new distillery Ardnahoe, that is a Hunter Lang distillery. So they have their own distillery now, because that's kind of what these independent bottlers have started doing. Is instead of, I suppose, building brands for other distilleries, they've decided it makes more sense they should probably own their own distillery, but they still got plenty of juice left. I think they're still bottling sourced juice as well, but kind of just makes some amount of sense to do your own distillery, and many and most, I think, independent bottlers are doing their own distilleries now. So this particular company, the Ardnahoe, is their distillery. So again, 50% alcohol here, and this is all natural color, non-chill filtered. So that is a natural 14-year, 50% ABV sherry butt color. Let's give it a slight bit of rest there before we carry on. Sometimes I like to just give it a little bit of enough, you know. I don't talk about legs all the time, but it seems like there's some reasonable legs going on here. Many slow-moving, small individual legs. Many of them. All right. Immediately on the palate, on the aroma, I'm greeted with that sulfury component, as you would expect from a Craig Ellicky distillate. In this particular bottle, it kind of presents mostly as burnt matchstick for me, kind of sulfur. It's very much like freshly struck match or gunpowder. And the sherry element in here, despite it being, exclusively sherry butt aged, it's not like super duper dried fruits or anything. It's kind of more like dry spices for me. like dry cinnamon and dry nutmeg, like maybe a bit of cocoa powder. There's a little bit of like a sweet maltiness to it that I'm gonna like describe today as like somewhat graham crackery, but not quite. There's like a slight sweetness that feels like it's intermingled, but it's not like super duper sweet. And it's not like super duper like fruity or anything either. Like the most prominent notes for me are still like that struck match gunpowder, sulfur, and like just dry spices, almost like cinnamon and nutmeg on their own. With just like a slight sweet toasted note, or a slight sweet malt note, or like a slightly sweet graham cracker kind of thing. It's hard to find like a dried fruit, like a raisin or something like that. It's not really in the cards right now. All right, so Kralicky, a 14-year-old old malt cask on the palate. Slancheva. Oh. You do get a bit of that sherry character on the palate, like that kind of like dried fruit raisin date thing, but it's very dry. It's like slightly raisiny, slightly dried fruity, but it's like very close to like darker sherry notes, like dark spices and like maybe like leather, this kind of idea. And finish for me, like, again, dark spices, like deeper, darker spice notes, and like some amount of like chocolate, and maybe like really dark oak kind of notes. Kind of like the real dark, nutty end of the sherry like spectrum. That little bit of sweetness is kind of sparking a little bit, though. Maybe slight floral component. Like, man, what would you call it? Man, it's... I don't even want to give a flower, but... there is like a slight floral aspect to this, which I think is maybe a mix of sherry and sulfur. There is, again, that slightly sweet graham crackery kind of note in there. It's not like, again, it's not like honey, but it's sparking enough that it's making itself known. But I would almost call it like a secondary sweetness, like the sweet part of the graham cracker, or like a malty kind of sweetness, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like graham cracker. It's not as like clearly graham cracker as like you get out of like Shelter Point single malt, but it is like a really sweet and salty, dry kind of note. It's basically, it's like coming across very dry and not like lush and juicy, very dry spices and dry, very, very dry fruit and very dry leather and oak. Taste this, he says, except 7TV doesn't work over on this jet. Great mouthfeel, though. There he is. Great mouthfeel. Yeah, and that same kind of like, you get that sulfury note right at first. And you get maybe in a little bit of that kind of like graham crackery, sweet, malty note. And then you're into the darker spices and leather and oak and this idea. Yeah, it's definitely like a secondary. Well, man, there was a little hint of something there. It's like a secondary sweetness. What is that? There's like a note that I feel like is on the tip of my tongue to describe this kind of sweet element, and it's not coming to me. Kind of like honeycomb cereal. Yeah, like honeycomb cereal or graham cracker. Like we're kind of in this realm. Finish starts with some dark spiciness. You get a little bit of that sulfur. Then into like dark unsweetened chocolate. And then some like dark oaky components at the end. Finishes like medium plus. All right. So let's talk about the aroma out of 25. Again, you have that burnt matchstick, gunpowder sulfur character. You have that little bit of sweetness, zing, that like, again, honeycomb cereal, graham cracker. And then you also have like some very dry, kind of like cinnamon spice, nutmeg spice, kind of dry spices. Maybe a cocoa. And then like a little bit of a floral component, like I don't want to, it's hard to find a flower that fits. I'm not good at that anyway, but it kind of feels like a fresh bouquet of flowers a little bit. Kind of like that, actually. Pretty nice on the nose. Nothing emergent and vastly aromatic, but a good combination of strong notes 19. They are different notes, and that's kind of what makes them a little bit exciting, right? What is encouraging about like a single barrel kind of bottle like this is they're not like the generic, oh, there's some orchard fruit, and I know this is Craigelic, oh, there's some sulfur, orchard fruits, and, you know, a dried fruit thing. You know, it's not that. It's a little bit different, and that's a little bit interesting, a little bit encouraging that we're getting like flowers and a slight sweetness and like dried spices and this kind of idea. It's a different nose than what you imagine the Craigelic-y sherry butt nose is going to be like. It's not like tropical fruits and sulfur and maybe a dried fruit component in the background. All right, so we'll talk about the palette at a 25. And you start off on the attack with some of that sulfur, some of that little bit sweet, zingy kind of honeycomb cereal or graham cracker. And then further in the back of the palette, you get more of that like dark dried spices or dark chocolate, leather, darker notes. Good transition to the sweetness could be more present for me, but it's present enough. The sulfur could be more present for me, but it's present enough. So you kind of have this sulfur sweet thing, and then that gets a distinct transition into like these darker, more deeper, bassy notes, all in the palette. So pretty good expression of flavor, pretty good transition of flavor, pretty good definition of flavor, but there's some strength that could be added to the treble, and the bass notes could be more distinct, but pretty good. I definitely like this one, this palette. We'll go with 18. All right, now the finish out of 25. That nose is kind of growing with me a little bit. It's like almost like full on honey now. Not bad. Again, you start the finish with some of that dark spices. You get some of that unsweetened chocolate. A little bit of sulfur is in there. And then you kind of end up in like barrel charred, darker barrel kind of notes at the end. Pretty good. Pretty reasonable. Not my favorite finish, but it's got a couple waves in there. 16. Although those like kind of dried fruit raisiny things that I think I got on the first sip like are completely gone now. It's almost like you got a little bit, like you're expecting to get some of that raisin, and you get it a little bit. It's like very dry, and then like by the second and third sip, you're like you can't get them anymore. It's like the way that I'm interpreting this whiskey is like it's so dry. It's like drier than dry. Like it's nothing. None of the fruits or flavors in here have moisture in them whatsoever. They're like turned to dust. which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just interesting. It's an interesting side of it. All right, the texture out of 10, which again, this is a Craig Ellicky distillate. The texture is obviously going to be paramount and well done. Very nice, oily, smooth, 8 out of 10. All right. Now, out of 15, why would you pick up the old malt cask Craig Ellicky 14-year-old sherry butt single cask over some other whiskey? What's making this unique? And I think the uniqueness here is in the combination of a very unique distillate. Craig Ellicky, very unique distillate. In combination with a sherry butt maturation that kind of seems very dry, very dark, perhaps more in the nutty side of things. It's not like, oh, sherry bomb. Like, I wouldn't even call this a sherry bomb whiskey, even though it is entirely matured in a sherry butt. It's not all on the raisins. It's not all on the dates and like dark toffee kind of world. It's like instead it's like on dry spices and leather, unsweetened chocolate, you know, slight kind of like malty sweet notes, slight floral characteristics. So it's doing something very interesting. And it has some challenging elements. Again, everything in here for me is like dry. It feels dry to me. And that might be a little bit challenging. Maybe you're missing some of those like nice, sweet kind of notes. Like sometimes you expect these heavily sherried whiskeys to come in eventually with that sweet, dark toffee, kind of syrupy, dark toffee element. I'm not getting that here at all. The bottle even says caramel on it, and I don't personally get that at all. There's also talk about apples, which I also don't get. But for me, everything here is like dry, and you know, that unique kind of presentation of the sherry with the unique kind of presentation of the distillate being very sulfury, kind of like marries into a very unique bottle. It's not necessarily wowing me like with the flavors, because it's a challenging flavor profile, but it's a very unique flavor profile, and I think that's something to be you know, that you might want to consider experiencing over like another sherried whiskey that's going to have the same kind of sherried attributes that you're kind of expecting. This kind of goes in a different direction. So because the profile here is just a little bit challenging, it's not so good that I would call it wild, but it is really good for me, because it's so interesting. So we're going with a 12 out of 15 in my personal experience. What an interesting whiskey. 19 and 18 and 16 and 8 and 12. We'll call it 73 out of 100. Boom, boom. It's great. A great whiskey. Especially if you're looking for something different. And that's what that's why you come to single cask products. Get something a little different, a little interesting. Not something you've ever experienced before. And I think this does that. I think it does a great job of making that happen. So in that way, a great whiskey. But again, this is a rating that is for somebody who is like, hey, I wanted to try something weird and interesting. This thing is kind of weird and interesting. It's maybe not lovely, happy-go-lucky, everybody should try this kind of rating. It's a hey, you've been around the block, you've had some sherried whiskeys. This is really kind of different. Sulfur and dark, dry sherry notes combining into something kind of weird and interesting. Pretty nice. Pretty nice in that way. Our product range results from unhurried and natural processes. So with the future of Mother Nature in mind, a recyclable board is used for this packaging to help safeguard the environment. Wow, what a great job. Whiskey's always thinking about sustainability because all their products have to like sit around for like a decade before they can even be sold. So it's always interesting. What does it say on here for notes again? Flowers, chocolate, and apples on the nose. I get the flowers on the nose for sure, but chocolate and apples is kind of weird. I'm not even close to that. On the palate, herbal with caramel and red berries. Okay. I'm not sure we're on the same page, but that's all right. That's okay. Anyway, this range is pretty nice. This old malt cask. I'd like to get some more old malt casks. The struggle is always that the old malt casks are a little bit more expensive, you know, for what you get. You know, it's like, well, you know, you can get a 13-year-old Craig Ellicky for $80 or an old malt cask for $180. I'm listening. Yapping about Magic the Gathering. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This can't go well. It cannot end well. This is the kind of power creep they have in the game these days. Okay, let's see what this card is. It's a 3/4 for 3 flying. Okay. Let's ignore the blob of text. It's a 3/4 for 3 flying. It's already Wind Drake, but way better. Okay. Creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield. So, if someone tries to kill your 3/4 with flying, you get to put free cards on the table. And if it doesn't, put it into your hand? What? I shortcutted that in my brain as, well, if it's not a land, put it back on top. Ooh. Clearly that's not the case. So you just casually play your 3-mana guy and start beating him, and if he decides to kill it, you draw free cards. But wait, there's more. It's not just that guy, it's all of your guys. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird game, man. The thing that's annoying for me about the game is, like, instead of making like an interesting card, they just made a more busted card. And I understand the, like, shutting out new people thing, but I would have just, I would have just rather, like, every time I look at new cards in that game, it's like, oh, the new mechanic is some basic ass shit that is new, but it's like, okay, it's not like very interesting. And then a bunch of the cards are really boring, and they got a couple cards that are like broken. It's not like they ever like release something that's like really interesting from a mechanical standpoint. And I'm like, well, this just feels boring. Why would I want to draft this set where I have fucking trained mastodons in the set again? And then you also have a trained mastodon that's OP. So you're playing cards and you're like, well, I got my OP trained mastodon and you have your regular trained mastodon. It doesn't feel very interesting. Sajir, how's it going? Welcome back. We just had some, we just rated this one here, this old malt cask Craig Gellicky 14-year-old Speyside single malt Scotch whiskey, single cask sherry butt from Hunter Lang. I gave it a pretty reasonable score, 73 out of 100. Of course, this is a unique bottling. Again, it's one single barrel. We have a little bit of it left. A little bit of it sitting around still. And for me, it's like, again, that sulfur matchstick, fresh flowers, like slightly sweet honeycomb cereal with some darker spices. Now, I almost considered like trying like one of the like eternal formats on Arena, but I think I don't wanna. Like, I was like, well, maybe whatever the oldest format on Arena is, like, maybe that would be like my thing. Like, maybe I could play that. But every time I see new cards, I'm like, nah, man, that ain't it. Looks fancy? Yeah, a little bit. It wasn't, it's not, I mean, it is, again, these things are not that fancy, I think, in the UK, but you don't get too many bottles like this around here. It's not like super expensive, but it is like definitely on the upper shelf, I suppose. Again, 50% alcohol, natural color. And yeah, this is an independent bottler, which I would like to get more stuff from. Sometimes the independent bottlers, they just know what's up. Rena's dog shit. Yeah, it's just, yeah. It's you can play anytime and it's very playable. That's like the upside of it, right? Is like, I could get on and play right now. I wouldn't have to like find someone to play with, That's the biggest like L when it comes to like board games, right? Because I was looking at this where is this thing here? This, as I was telling you about, I was looking at this World Series board gaming, and it's like these are the games that are in competition. And it's like a lot of them you can play online against people at any time. You can play Terraforming Mars online with anybody. Like you can queue up and get a game. Same with White Castle and Azul, Earth, Wingspan, Castles of Burgundy. Like all these games, not this one, but this one too. You can get games of these at any time, but like, I love Brass Birmingham. Like, I love this game. But, I have the game in real life, and there's no good app for this game. The only way you could, like, play and practice this game is if you found people in real life who wanted to sit down and play the game. There's no, like, good online format, unless you want to play Tabletop Simulator. So like that's like the thing that like hurts for me a little bit is like it's true for this game and for these 3 games and what else for this game here. It's like you can't just play Acquire. You need to find people who want to play Acquire and like sort yourself out to play a game of it. And that's like the pro with like a game like Magic Arena is you can just ding in there. You just ding in and you get a match. You don't have to wait. You can play any time of day. There's always someone who wants to play. So that's like the nice part about Arena. Because even on Modo, it's like you can't really just play. You got to either pay to join a queue, and sometimes those queues take a while to fire, and like you're at the mercy of the other people in the queue's game taking forever for how long it's going to take. And if you want to play for free, you just like have to go to like fucking the open fucking lobbies, which I think are probably dead now that Arena exists. Like Modo is not it, right? And real life is obviously not it. So that's the thing about Arena. But I kind of thought what I might do is I might just practice these games that are here using the tournament rules. I thought that might be a thing I could do. It's almost like competing, you know, in a way. Like the tournament rules for Terraforming Mars is like 4 players, Prelude, Hellas Elysium, and that's it. Like they don't use any like wild expansions like I do. It's like Dune, Imperium, Uprising, like vanilla, Castles of Burgundy, vanilla, Ross Dunes of Arnak, vanilla. It's like no expansions. It's just the base game. And it's usually like 4 players to a table. And the thing that I don't like about Board Game Arena somewhat is on Board Game Arena, they have like an arena setting, like an arena mode, where you can like get an like compete in a season and get an ELO. It's like a competitive mode, but it's almost always like 2 player. And I kind of like, nothing wrong. Some games are good with 2 players, but not all games are good with 2 players. I don't want to play Terraforming Mars with 2 people. Like it's kind of a fucked game. Whereas all of these like WSG rules, they're all 4 player games, which to me is like, that's a real board game, right? When you have like more than one person to worry about. That's kind of like the thing about board games. It's not head-to-head duels. It's like, you know, you have to worry about the table, right? Also, in board games is the learning curve. Yeah, well, that's kind of like why, like, now, you know, my physical copy of Terraforming Mars, it has every expansion. Like, if we sat down and played that, even Colin, who plays Terraforming Mars all the time, would have a hard time wrapping his head around like the turmoil politics and event system to be adding on top of everything else he already knows, because the game is so massive when it has all the expansions. I love it for that reason. But all of these like games that are like, if you played them by WSG rules, it's like, well, it's just the base game plus some stuff. And this one is just the base game, just the base game, just the base game. Like all you would have to know is like you could just take these 12 games and be like, well, these are the 12 games that you play. And once you've learned these 12 games, you don't have to learn them again, you know? And it's just the base game, right? And some of these are not complicated. This game, Azul, I don't know if you've ever played this game, but I could teach that to my mother. Okay? This game is fucking easy. Grandmas can play this game. And that's like also true of like these 2 games. And that's probably also true of Splendor and Acquire. Like, anybody could play these. Now, these other games, this game is kind of complicated. This game has some complexities. This game is not hard, but has some complexities, you know. This game is intensely brain-burny. And this game is, like, not that bad, but has some crazy amount of, like, mind fuckery that goes on with it. But it's like, yeah, like, I'd like if... Like, I taught Brian this game on the weekend, and him and I played a game, and I think Brian would have no trouble playing this game or teaching it to somebody else in 1 second. Because it's like, once you get it, you get it, and it's really kind of Terraforming Mars adjacent. But yeah, like, sitting down and playing a new game, it's definitely like a your brain, like, for someone who has a trouble with, like, focusing on, like, a long rules explanation. Part of the problem is, like, what I want to do with a lot of games is not be like, hey, I'm going to sit here for an hour and tell you how to play, and then we're going to play, and then you're going to be bored halfway through and not understand anyway. I want to just play a game, like a game that's a wash, you know? I just want to, like, get us in the game, and you're going to fuck up. Like, but the problem is, certain people don't like that. Like, anytime I would try to teach Sploon a game, he would not like if he fucked up because he didn't know something, because he hadn't learned how to play yet. Like, he would want his first to know all the rules on his first game and want to know all vectors for all decisions on the first game. And I kind of want to just be like, hey, let's just play a shit game where we fuck up. And you didn't know that's how it worked. That's not a big deal. You know, you lost because you didn't know that worked like that. Well, whatever. Like, it's a wash. Like, nobody cares. But he doesn't want to play a game like that. He wants to know all the rules and play a proper game before he's ever played the game before. So, and that's what kind of like Brian and I did with Ark Nova, is we played Ark Nova, and I like explained like maybe 20% of the rules, and then I was like, okay, this is like the gist of like how you like take actions, and this is the gist of what the cards mean. And then he was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, well, we can just send it from here and just fuck around and press buttons. And that's like kind of like what we did. Like he was like, I'll just fuck around and press buttons. Let's go. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And then by like maybe halfway through the first game, he kind of understood the whole game. And that's kind of what I want to do, is like just have the game be a wash for like the first half of like any of these games. And then just play and be bad and have a bad game. And then the next game, you know how to play, you know? And a lot of these games are not that bad. Like none of these are Lacerda games, right? So if I could, I would rope people into playing any one of these games that's on Board Game Arena. But unfortunately, you can't play all of them. Like, you can't play this one. You can't play this version of Dune Imperium, but you can play Dune Imperium, the first version. This has an app. You could play this on Steam if everyone had the game. I don't think this has an app. This is an auction game. All these games are on Board Game Arena. And all these games except for Acquire are on Board Game Arena. Like, there's a rules engine. You just have to like, look, give me an hour of your time and we'll fuck around and press buttons. And if you kind of get it, we can even end the game before the game's over. We can just shit can the game and be like, hey, we fucked around for half of a game. Let's just start a new game now that you know how to play. But I don't know. No one wants to do that, I guess. Brian wants to do that, I guess. Brian wants to do that, but nobody else does. Actually, I think Nilo will do it too. But Nilo's problem is like time. It's a time zone problem. until he like is on this side of the ocean, it's kind of weird where you know, he's still in Sweden, so the time zones are kind of fucked up. Because I think he wanted to play like this past weekend, but he was just not around at the right time. See, job shopping here. What he's doing is he's looking for a remote job he can do from anywhere. That's what I'm understanding. And the last I heard, he has some prospect of a job that is fully remote, but the company is in Poland. So he gets a Polish salary, but he could move back to North America, basically. Which sounds kind of backwards. You would think the North American salaries would be better, but that's actually not true. Any European salary is probably better than any North American salary in the industry he works in. So I think that's what he wants to do, but I'm not 100% sure. He knows like the costs are fucked up here, but I think he wants to get a fully remote European job and then just move back and not have to get a North American job. Because I think he was doing pretty well at Volvo. Like I think they liked him, but I think he's done with the place. Like I think he's done with the job, more or less. He doesn't like want to do it anymore or something. Imagine being a free spirit and just moving to any random place. I guess he has Polish citizenship too, though, doesn't he? Yeah, so it's kind of like he's got a leg up when it comes to EU stuff because he's actually got a Polish passport. But he loves this kind of shit. I kind of hope he would move back close enough that he could like play in real life. Because it's one of those things where it's like, well, if I just want to play, no one wants to play. But if I want to play and Nyla wants to play and we get like one other person, then we just need one person to play. Makes things a lot easier. You don't have to get people together. You just have to get one person. But yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking what I might do is I might just... I know this game, and I know this game, and I know this game. I know this game. And I kind of know these two games, but not really. And I've never played Heat. And I've never played Earth. And obviously I know this game and this game. And I know somewhat about this game. I'd like to just like learn all of these games and play them on BGA with their tournament rules, which I think is just I think it's just 4-player. Like this doesn't even have rules. It's just like 4-player White Castle. Just like 4-player tables. And then if other people like want to also jump in on that, then that would be cool. No expansions, no like crazy nonsense, just pure skill. This is an ancient game that I'm still playing a tournament for. Isn't my turn yet? You can play tournaments on this website too, but obviously ones that are real time are like a little bit more difficult to pull off. So it's really easy to get into tournaments for like long-term games. So like this match, the maximum this match can take is 1 week, and each person has 3 days. But it's like a single elimination tournament. So like, I kind of like whenever you get like an email notification every time it's your move, and you just play a move. And I know like some people have a hard time like thinking like coming back to a game and being like, hey, what the fuck was I doing in here fucking 2 days ago? But This is an easy way you can Words with Friends style play any of these games. It's just like no one wants to do that either. It's like we don't even have to be in the same place at the same time. We can just play it like this, asynchronous. But no one wants to do that. No one will sign up and join the game and take a turn twice a day. It doesn't have to be some game you don't know. It can be Terraforming Mars. They got Terraforming Mars on here too. It can be basic ass terraforming. Let's see. I think the interface is like way more annoying on this version of the game, but you know, it's terraforming. Anyone could join this and play this instantly. Everyone knows this game. Easy. Easy. But yeah. Maybe. I'll keep pushing that and see what happens. Because if worst case scenario, I'll just play it on my own. I guess that's what it comes down to. Worst case scenario, I'll play it on my own. Well, that wasn't bad. You know what I want? You know what I want right now? I don't normally like crave a whiskey. I get one out that I've only had one time and it was so good and I want some more.
Whiskey. Food goes with whiskey.
Oh man.
Why isn't he drinking that?
He's drinking that?
Yeah, he came in the room and he went, "Good news, this is definitely the milk Grammy buys."
It definitely is the milk Grammy
And
buys.
he drank half of it.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
When's the last time he drank regular milk?
It was from the bottle.
What in the
Like,
world?
when they weaned him off the formula of milk. That's probably the last time he
She
drank
must be putting some kind of drugs in that.
it. He's drinking the one I bought from the store.
Anyway, yeah, this is the Highland Park cask strength rocket fuel. Which is 64.3% alcohol. But this one, again, natural filtered, natural color. This one has X port in it. It's got port in it, which I didn't know when I bought it. But man, is it good. Again, I also have like the 12 and the 15 Highland Park, but I never quite had it hit like this. And it's kind of wild too. Like, this is, I think, it's not age stated, but I think the rough age of this is 14 years. So for a 14-year cask strength that's got port in it, it's like a pretty damn good price too. But this is one of the few bottles that, like, when I did a fresh crack video, I poured extra halfway through because it was like so damn good. Of course, it's hot as hell at 64.3, but man, makes up for like the like kind of watery Highland Parks you get otherwise. Oh. What's the other one that I was thinking of that I wanted to like drink recently? Where I was like, I haven't had any of that in a while. Although one thing I haven't had in a while is bourbon. I think. When's the last time I drank bourbon? It feels like every time I say that because there's no American whiskey up here. We'll get to this Jack Daniels here eventually. All right. Well, we're a little bit over time, but that's okay. Maybe we can pop in and play a quick game. What could I play? I could play a game of Azul, like really quick. We can get some Azul in, you know. Or enjoying our beverage. Craig Gillicky, 14 OMC. OMC. We like OMC. Boom. All right. Let's see here. 4 players. Play now. Let's play. But I'm so glad, like when I first came to this website, it wasn't as popular, but like right when COVID hit, this website exploded. Like you can play almost anything on here and get a game almost instantly. It used to be that like the only way you could get a game like really quick is if you played one of the popular titles. And there wasn't like a matchmaking system. It was kind of like there was like tables that you could just click to join. And then once they filled up, the person would start the game. But ever since COVID, this website exploded. Everyone has to accept the game, though. Oh, man, that's so strong. We're going to have to give this a minute. Oh, the alcohol's so spiky. Okay, that's going to chill for a minute. Come on, let's go. Someone keeps declining the match. Rude. There we go. Okay, let's do this here. And yeah, if you've never played this game before, basically it's just a game where you need to fill your little mosaic with tiles. And they score based on how many tiles there are connected to them when they enter your mosaic. You need to fill up these boxes. So the bottom one is harder to fill up and the top one's easiest to fill up. And then you take them from this shared pool. And one of the little coasters, you take all of the same color from one coaster and then push the remaining into the center. And you can also take the shared colors from the center as well. They start to build up and get really crazy. So my opponent is going middle. This guy's going middle, so I probably don't want to go middle. I probably want to go like in this column. Let's go with 2 blue, and we'll shove them in here. What happens is if like typically you get a bon not typically, but you get a bonus for like completing a column or a row. So if you see that like this guy is going to put something in the middle column, and this guy is going to put something in the middle column, and this guy is putting something all the way over here, I don't want to be in the same column as these guys, because then I'm going to fight over them with the colors. I want to be in a different column than them. But the center is in theory like the best column, but you might have to fight over more tiles with people who are in the middle. Alright, so now it's my turn. So like if I put this and this goes here, this would be connected to this, so like 1 yellow would be good. Or here I kind of want to do these teal snowflake things. We'll try to like... If I want to get this, this is the time now, because these are connected together and I don't want to, so we'll just do that. Although it's kind of more efficient to take more tiles in an action, in theory. Cat is here. Where do I put camera? I guess here's okay. Alright. So we'll try to get this part done, but we'll see what happens. We want this one, but this guy might take this one. Nope, this guy's going all black. So if you get all 5 squares of the same color, you also get a bonus. This guy's like trying to like monopolize the black squares, it would seem. Alright, so now I get to complete my 3-row. Boom. This guy's gonna get to complete his 3 blue. Although this guy managed to get... Oh, interesting. He went for blue here. Yeah, so this guy took a 1 red, because that would go right in his column, but he took the blue to block this guy's blue, which is kind of like rude. Maybe the right thing to do, I don't know. So then we do scoring. Alright, so I got 6. This other guy's got 2, but he's more closer to a bonus. A black, 5 black bonus. Of course, the person who takes the first person who takes from the center loses a point, but they get to go first next round. So unfortunately, I'm kind of boned on my black row because not very many black tiles came up. And that guy snagged him, as is his wont to do. So my 4 row is kind of bricked right now. My 5 row wants reds. We could do that pretty easily. But I also want a single red and maybe a double yellow. Okay, this guy's gonna put his single red there, so that's gonna like give me room to take these 3. It's a pretty efficient action. What, darling? So I need 2 reds. I also like to get 2 yellows and a red single. I actually need a lot of reds. I got 2, 3 opportunities for this now. Problem is if I wait, all these yellows might end up in the center and I'll kind of get screwed, whereas I have plenty of time to get these single reds around. Let's just take this now. Put that here. So one of my options here. I want to put 3 blue here. I can put a black here, but it doesn't really help me too quickly. I think we're just going to go take this single red. And we'll do it in a way that maybe there's a world where 2 reds end up in the center, but because this guy will get his completed, and then these guys, if they take from the coasters, then these 2 reds end up in the middle. No. Unlucky. Didn't do that at all. So if I take this, the other guy, my best chance to get these reds in play is to maybe take this one black one now. And to not spill the coasters. Stop. This guy might take this now, though. That would be unfortunate. Yeah. Womp womp. Alright, well, guess we're gonna get a blue in here. I feel like I would need a lot of permutations to get better at this game. I think these guys are already better than me. It's really easy to, like, play the game and kind of veg out about what you need, but I think, like, the next level is, like, trying to play moves in advance and what other people need. That's, like, where the, like, next level law is. That being said, my score's not too bad. I'm like only 1 point lower than these other guys. But the kind of shit part is, while it looks like it's good, I only have 5 tiles on the board, whereas this guy's got 7. This guy's got 6. So it's kind of like they're ahead of me a little bit in that way. Because it's kind of like an engine build, right? The more tiles you have, the more connections you can make, and the more connections you can make, the more points you can score. Oh, someone's at the door. All right. What's going on here? This guy dumped all the blues in the middle. Gross. I need 1 black, 2 blues. Really need another black too. This guy also needs a single black. So these things are getting a little ugly. So, oh, he's going to take that stack. Okay. Yeah, things are getting a little ugly. Things are getting a little ugly for me. Because I don't have a lot of room on my board, and there's a lot of tiles in the middle. And if you take tiles that you can't put in your board, then you lose points. They end up on this bottom row, and you lose points. So, this doesn't look very good for me. I get the feeling... Oh, I might be okay. Actually, I think I might be okay. No, this guy fucked me. So yeah, situation is fucked now. Because he dumped me this red. I can't put this red here. And I can't put these anywhere either. So like basically I'm stuck. Oh no, I can just take this one. I guess it's really not me that's fucked. It's the next guy that's fucked. Because I guess this guy's fucked. He has to take that stack of 6. So I'll only lose 1 point. But he's going to get stuck dumping all that on the floor. So he's going to lose 7 points. I guess I didn't really get fucked. I just couldn't place it at all. So I lost a point instead of gain points. But blue would have been good to gain points. But yellow ended up taking it on the nose. He's going to end up losing 8 points total. Now what? New board, new me. Ooh, that 2 blues kind of nice. Green almost has a whole set of blues. He's going to want to suck up the blues. So I'm going to want to take blues in a priority if I want to make my blue happen. Like I kind of need to take these now in order to make it a priority that I get this finished. Because the green player wants to put 5 blues in his bottom row, so he's going to want to suck them up. I could stand to go first. So what do I want? I'd like to put snowflakes in 4, which is not too possible. I need a single black on the top. 2 snowflakes or 2 blacks in position 2. It's kind of rough. I don't want these yellows like at all. Let's just go with this. Basically, I'm worried about getting stuck with all these yellow tiles because I don't want them at all. If there's 5, I could just dump them on the bottom because otherwise I won't score the bottom row this round, I think, at all. So if something happens where I get access to 5 yellows, I could just dump them on the bottom and be okay with that. But it's not optimal. guy's going to take him. Okay. I'm just going to keep cherry picking, I guess. It's not great, but... Oh. Yep. It's like as soon as I open myself up to needing one more single black tile, these two guys just snatched from me. It's like they're playing my board. They know what to do. I don't know what to do by comparison. Alright, so here's that thing again where I could put 2 snowflakes here, which is closer to what I want, but I could take this, just take this 5 stack and put it here because this won't score anyway. But I guess this guy kind of wants this. This guy's not going to want it. Yeah, it kind of hits this guy if I take this 5 stack too, I think. Although he might want this. I think this guy's kind of okay either way, but we'll just do that. It's pretty clean. No, this guy's scoring big, dude. He's just got so many more tiles on the board. It's now I'm behind a few points. And this yellow guy's board's a bit deceptive too because he actually has 10 from having 5 black tiles scored. It just doesn't count yet. What I want to do... Look at that. Look at these 4 snowflakes on 1 coaster. That's a big snatch right there. Now where do we go? Got some options. Kind of want to clear this up cleanly though. Depending on what happens, this could be the last round. It depends if the yellow player puts 2 reds in his second row. If that's the case, it'll be the last round. He's the only person able to end it. But whereas he's in last, that wouldn't make the most sense. I think he's in last anyway. I guess he has more points than green. This is kind of a efficient play too. Well, now I'm coming a bit of a struggle for where to put anything else. Depending on how this board shapes up. Because I can't put anything in the top row at all. I'd like to put the 4 black tiles in my bottom row if I could make it happen. That would give me a a good head start, but I get the feeling this is going to be the end of the game, maybe. And this green player probably want to take the black tiles just to screw with me. No, he didn't. Okay. So if I take this, someone takes the coaster and then 2 more. Okay, so I'm not going to get screwed if I do this. I don't think. I have to think about. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can't place any red or yellows in any column anyway. Like, it's the only play I have. We'll see if yellow wants to end the game or not. This is kind of the choice he gets to make right now. He could end the game. If he takes the 2 reds from the coaster, oh no, he's not going to end the game. Which makes some amount of sense. Because he's not winning. Give himself another round to maybe get 5 blues. This guy's gonna get dirt bagged. Oh, that's so painful. That guy got slammed. That's not good for green. He's upset. I'm pretty sure. He made a red meeple face in the chat. I'm fucking lucky. He got murdered. Murdered just there. How many points is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points. What do I do? Yellows is kind of doomed. I really need this black single, though. This needs to happen. Because that's a lot of points right there. It's 7 in the column and 10 in the set, so it's big. I have to make sure I get that done. Something weird doesn't happen. I imagine the game will be over this round. I could end the game, put a big 2 in right now. Be very, very polite, end the game. What else could I do? Work on 4 reds. There's only 4 on the board. Seems unlikely. Take a single otherwise. Yeah, I think we're just gonna usher in the end of the game here. Get a good 7 points plus 2. I don't know if I'm winning, but I have a lot of points. So I feel pretty good. Could I do now? If I take 1 blue, that's good. These reds will never transpire. These yellows will never like, this is like the most point move I can make, I think. And then I can at least like stop someone from dumping the blue tiles on me by putting them in the 4 slot if I end up getting dumped on. I can't really score those any kind of reds or yellows. I guess I can put in 3. My board's kind of clogged is kind of the shit part, but other people's boards are clogged too, so I think now that I'm thinking about it out loud, the last round of the game I think is very important because a lot of people can't take certain tiles. They just can't. And if you're paying attention, you can really force guys to put stuff on the floor and make them lose a lot of points. Like right now, I have the option of like putting blues in here and no one else does, and it kind of gives me a bit of a buffer. Although I guess because the other side of the equation was I could just take a 1 and put it on my floor and hope that this big block of blues ends up in somebody's lap, right? I guess that's a thing I could have went towards instead. Since it can't really end up in my lap, they can end up, well, they can't end up in Red's lap. So he's going to protect it against that too. But I can score. I can actually even just score these blues. That might be pretty good too. Yeah, see, this guy's going to take this because he knows that I'm going to want to score these blues. So if I take the 4 blues, I score what? 3 points, and I put 2 points on the floor, so it's plus 1 point for me to do this. The other option would be if I take these 2 and put these here, this guy can't take the blues. He puts 1 here, it ends up on this guy, and he puts it on his bottom or does. Okay, so I can't drop these on anybody. So 1 point is better than me trying to drop them on somebody because Red can take them. He can't. He doesn't have to put them on the floor. So I can't hot drop them on someone and make them lose points. So we'll see. Just the tally now. Just the tally the scores now. It's all over but the crying, as they say. Alright, Red's at 62 before endgame. Green's at 38. I'm at 70 before endgame. Oh, nope, 68. And yellow's got 52, and then we'll get the endgame scoring in. Red gets up to 78, 88. All right, let's see my points. We did it. We did it, chat. I don't think this guy's going to score 40 in endgame. We did it. We're the winner. Great job, team. We did it. We wonnered the game. Nice work. I got 45 elo. I'm a big gamer now. All right, excellent. That was fun. I enjoyed that. In a very dry manner. All right, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be back tomorrow with some probably See the Stars. We'll continue with some See the Stars action. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. If you want to play async board games, please join my games. I'll post some. Other than that, yeah. Peace. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.